And no, it's going to go to Todd Pullen. Todd Pullen, 17 on the tree and 994.0. Billy Atkinson. It's not good when your light starts with a 1. We have Jimmy Pollard next in the left lane and Keith Purvis in the right. And it's going to be Keith Purvis for the win. 19 on the tree, 5 above. Jimmy Pollard, 65 and 7 above. We have Tim Miller in the left lane out of Santa Fe, Texas in the 1991 Camaro, and John Wright in the right lane out of Crescent, Texas in the 2001 Camaro.
So you've driven the 90 classes for your entire career, right? In Super Street and Super Gas?
Yes. Uh-oh. Getting John Wright a little bit crooked, and he's going to get out of the gas. That's going to leave Tim Miller with the win. 145 light, and he gets away with it. At a 992.0, and John Wright got a little loose top end and had to get out of it. But yeah, I've ran Super Gas for a few years. I actually ran the Houston National as my first Super Gas race, no testing or anything, and I was able to make it down to 5 cars. So maybe the beginner luck, but we did pretty good with it. Now we have Mark Williamson in the left lane and Craig Anderson in the right lane. Craig Anderson from Waxahachie. He's on the brakes to run a 992.7 as he's getting the win.
So as you're staged and you let go of the button, at what point do you know if you're in good shape or not good shape once you leave the starting line? Can you tell right away if you have a good light or a bad light?
It's really hard to tell because a lot of these cars leave different. My car was a lot slower, so it was hard to see, especially against all these big Corvette Roadsters, and they're launching so much harder than I was. It was a lot harder to be able to tell who left the line first, but once you get top end, you're really able to tell, and you have to make a quick decision and see if you're right on the money or not. Now we have Matt Diamond in the left lane and Christopher Best in the right lane. Christopher Best is going to get the win at 989.3, 13 on the tree. Matt Diamond, little quick at 984.1 with a 34 light.
So how did you get into racing? Were you a junior drag racer in the beginning?
I actually hate to say it, but I raced juniors when I was 10, and I absolutely did not like it. My dad was a little bit worried that I wasn't going to be a race car driver, and when I turned 19, I started racing street out here at the Motorplex, and I finished second in the season. Decided that maybe I wanted to try to race a big car, so he got me a car ready, and the whole time he's building it and spending money, I was worried that I wasn't going to like it, but luckily I got in it, and he never could peel me out of it. We've got Vernon Rowland in the left lane from Blanchard, Oklahoma, and Travis Salter from Baytown, Texas in the right lane. It's going to be a good race, 2 good drivers. And it's going to be Vernon Rowland dead on with a 0 and a 002 reaction time. Vernon Rowland just threw a 2 thou pack at Travis Salter, who was 15 on the tree and no good.
Once again, competition eliminator. This is your second call to stage. We've got like basically none of you. Competition eliminator, boys and girls. Hook them up and get them to the lanes. It's time to go. Comp eliminator. Put them in the lanes now.
In the words of Chris Monahan, if you're not here, you're tardy to the party. John Long gonna take the win over Derek Thibodeau. Derek Thibodeau was red, 018. That gives John Long the win, who is 15 and 5 under. Next, we've got Mark Pons in the left lane and Clark Munt in the right. Pair of roadsters up here ready to duke it out. Going to be a pretty good race at the top end, close on the starting line. And it's going to be Clark Munt for the win. 988.8, 38 on the tree. Unfortunately, Mark Pons was 24 on the tree, had a better lap, but went too fast at 985.6. We've got Dale Hall in the left lane from Hewitt, Texas, and Rodney Dupree in the right from Fluvanna, Texas. Rodney Dupree goes 5 thou red, and Dale Hall gets away with one at 157 on the tree. Unfortunately, it looks like he's going to be stopped on the racetrack. Maybe we can get him off.
Yeah, it looks like Dell is not under power. He's just rolling slowly down there. We'll get him cleared off at the top end. I think they're going to go grab one of the scooters and get him pushed off. Doesn't look like there's any fluid or any debris out of the car down there, which is a good sign. He did get the round win as his opponent turned it red. So we're watching Chicago up here while we're talking about this race here. That is kind of the environment you're in with your husband. What's it like to be traveling so many weeks out of the year to all these national events?
It's fun for us. It's something that we've done for many years with his family, and then I've done it with my dad, and it's a good time for us. It's kind of like our vacation. Even though he is working, it's our vacation to get out of the house and go do something, and it's always a great time to be out at the racetrack. But it is more nerve-wracking actually being there watching him than watching it from NHRA.tv.
Yeah, I can imagine that is the case. I travel a lot. I know it's got to be hard to raise a family while you're out on the road.
It is. It's very hard, but, you know, I'd rather Aaron be traveling all this time while the kids are young, and once they grow up and they're starting all the different extracurricular activities, that's when he needs to kind of be around. But for right now, he needs to chase his dreams, and I'll be there to support him as much as he wants to go.
So do you think he'll spend his entire career in pro stock, or does he have other things on the horizon?
He's always wanted to jump into a top fuel car or a pro mod car, but I don't know. I might be having a trash can next to me if he ever races either one of those.
Well, I hope you got a big pile of money, because I think that's what it takes to run those nitro classes and those pro mods as well.
It does take a lot of money, but, you know, we have so many people behind Aaron, Mr. Joe Janik and David Janik and JD and Teresa Kaufman with JC3 Energy. We have so many good people that are there to sponsor him and let us live out his dream. We have Zachary Eckert in the left lane and Chris Harrelson in the right. And it's going to be Chris Harrelson, 10 on the tree and a 10.05. Zachary maybe had some troubles. He is at 10.34.9, letting out of the gas. Hopefully he didn't hurt it. We've got Roger Warren in the left and Jaron Miller in the right. Roger Warren out of Jacksonville, Texas. He's been around doing this for a long time. Raced him a few times. I don't know our full win to loss ratio, but I do know I have one on him. thou separate them in the start. Let's see who can get it done at the top end. It's going to be Roger Warren, 28, one above. Jared Miller, 26, runs a 989.4 to break out 6 thou. We've got Terry Pollard in the left lane and Joe Harper in the right. Joe Harper all the way out of Florence, Mississippi. And Terry Pollard out of Montgomery, Texas. Might have a little staging duel. Oh, Terry Pollard goes in and Joe follows him in. And another good race starting at the starting line. Both drifting towards the center, and it's going to be Joe Harper. Joe Harper, 7 above, 26 on the lot. Terry Pollard, 998.3 and a 29 lot. Joe Harper gets there by 16 thou for the win. Jason McClure takes the win, 15 on the tree, 7 under, but Bill Dennis was farther under at a 987.7, 7 thou at the stripe. Jason McClure for the win.
So as you're sitting up here directly behind the cars, you'll notice that as they get closer to the finish line, they start to drift in closer to each other at the finish line. Is that something you realize you're doing in the car, or is it just kind of feel naturally that way?
You don't really notice it. More than anything, you're looking over at the other cars, so it's just kind of a habit for you to go which way you're looking. But I know there's a lot of people that will look over and look over and look over, and that's exactly what Jerry DeBus just did, and he takes the win. 1 thou separate them from the starting line, and Jerry DeBus goes 989.0, and Mark Skipper runs a 988.7. But yeah, you're constantly looking over and you're trying to see where the other person is, and you're also trying to look for the finish line. Sometimes, like a friend of ours, Jim Caudill, for the first race, thought that the mile-an-hour cone was the finish line, and that is what unfortunately lost him the race in the first race. So you've got to really know where you're at on the track at all times. Dennis Clark goes 9 thou red and gives John Salter the win. John Salter runs a 978.6.
So as far as I know, you've always driven door cars, is that correct?
That is correct.
This category is predominantly roadsters, a lot of Corvette roadsters, Camaro roadsters. Have you had the desire to drive one of these roadsters, or are you most comfortable in a door car?
You know, I'm willing to drive pretty much anything. There is a lot of roadsters, and the roadsters are so much faster than most door cars. I mean, there's a lot of door cars that do run in the 160 mile an hour range. I was running 150, and a lot of these roadsters are coming on about 170, and so it's hard to judge when they're coming on 20 more mile an hour than you are. But Joey Cram in the left lane gets that win over Chris Edson. Chris Edson was a little late off the starting line and tried to make up for it at the finish line. Just ran a little bit too quick at a 987.8, which gives Joey Cram the win. I was supposed to actually race Top Dragster at the beginning of this year, and like I said, the new baby kind of put a damper on that until next year. But like I said, I'm willing to drive anything anybody puts me in. My future endeavors are to race Top Alcohol Dragster, and so that's why I kind of wanted to move into Top Dragster to move on up. But we'll see what gets put in my lap. We get William Young for the win on that one. Charlie Stewart is 008 red.
So I would not have expected that you wanted to be in the top alcohol dragster category. How far along are you in pursuing that?
I want to run top dragster for a little bit, get comfortable in a dragster, and the speeds are a lot different, but you know, I see all these women in top alcohol dragster and top alcohol funny car, and I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of the female aspect, just like there is in all these other ones. Jordan DeWald, a female in the right lane. Unfortunately, she breaks out. She was 33 on the tree and a 987.2, which gives Scooter Wilkins the win. 009 at the tree and a 987.8.
Hey, final call, competition eliminator. Final call, competition eliminator. We need you to the staging lanes now. Final call for comp eliminator.
We have John Liebum in the right lane in the milk wagon and Don Gutierrez in the left lane. John Liebum out of Tomball, Texas, and Don's out of Waco, Texas. 1 thou separate them on the tree. Let's see who can get the job done. And it's going to be John Liebum. John Liebum was 22, 1 above for the win. Don Gutierrez runs a 10 flat with an 8, little off the dial, which gives John Liebum the win. Speaking of females, we've got one in the right lane. Morgan Hoda in the right lane against Austin Williams in the left. Austin Williams, a multi-time champion, 2-time world champion in the left lane, and Morgan Hoda in the right in her pink and black 69 Camaro. Morgan's actually looking to run top dragster soon as well. And it's going to be Austin Williams for the win. 16 on a tree, 3 thou under for the win. Morgan Hoda was 46 on the tree, tried to catch him and run a little bit too quick at 988.4.
Well, if it's any consolation, she can go back and eat deli bars back at the trailer.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And they're going to be back up here with her husband here in just a little bit for Top Sportsman.
So with your top dragster combination, are you going to be running the nitrous car that Aaron was running, or are you looking for something new as far as the power plant goes?
We will be running a little bit of nitrous. I don't want to go too fast, too quick, but if we need to, we've got the nitrous bottle on there. It's actually going to be the undercover that Aaron did so well in before he got the Miller car. Justin Allen in the left lane. Let's see if he can do it. And a perfect light for Justin Allen and no good. James Costello for the win. James was 18 on the tree, 7 thou under, and Justin Allen breaks out more with a 988.5. We've got Tim Parker in the left lane and Lanny Dosher in the right. Lanny in the 1970 Ford Mustang. He's far out there, and Tim Parker's closing in on him quick. Tim Parker gets the win. 34 on the tree and 8 thou over for the win. We've got Heidi Robinson in the right lane from Olathe, Kansas, and Gustavo Miranda out of San Juan, Texas in the left lane. Heidi Robinson going to get the win. 005 to Gustavo's 48 on the tree, and Gustavo's way over. Heidi had to kill some to back into him, but she runs a 10:38.5. We've got Jim Burrell and Shannon Brinkley. Jim Burrell in control. And Jim Burrell going to get the win. One above. 25 on the tree, one above. Oh, both run 990 with a 1. But that doesn't tell the whole story. Shannon Brinkley was 50 on the tree. David Owens in control over Jeff Heffler in the left lane. And Lyle Owens going to get the win. 008, 991.4. Jeff Heffler was 23, tried to catch him. Runs a little bit too quick at 988.2. Lyle Owens going to get the win. Now we have my father in the right lane, Gary Mitchell. And we've got Brandon Milliken in the left lane. Brandon Milliken out of Waxahachie and Gary Mitchell out of Ennis. It's close at the starting line. Let's see who can do it at the finish line. And my father gets it done. 12 on the tree, ran a little bit too quick at a 987.6. Brandon Milliken runs a little bit faster at a 986.3, but that gives Gary Mitchell the win.
Well, that's got to be pretty cool to talk about your dad getting a win light.
It does, but you still got to be a little bit calm and collected under the mic. But I know it feels good to him. He struggled a little bit during the first race, and we just got the engine back from Stanfield Racing Engines, and it's a great engine. It's working really good, but if anybody can tell you, once you get a new engine in the car, everything's new. Jazzy J. Johnson's going to get the win over Rodney Frazier. Rodney Frazier is 6th thou red. Ooh, and Rodney Frazier being 6th thou red, he goes dead on with a 0, no good. We've got Florentino Martin in the left lane and Peter Gahan in the right. Peter Gahan out of Dallas, Texas, and Florentino Martin out of Villa Hidalgo, Mexico. And Florentino goes 001 red, giving Peter Gahan the win. And this is the last pair of Super Gas. We've got Top Dragster coming out from under the tower. We've got Kyle Rickman in the left lane and Austin Hickey in the right. Kyle and Taryn Rickman just welcomed a new baby girl a few months ago, and so they joined the girl gang. And it's going to be Kyle Rickman. Kyle was 43 on the tree to Austin Hickey's 47. And Kyle goes 996.4 for the win.
Well, Jolie, that surely wasn't as bad as you might have thought it was, stepping in. I hope you come up and do this again with us sometime, because I think you're a natural at it. You're going to be very comfortable. It's just going to take lots of reps. But now, between chasing your daughter around and keeping Dad working through the rounds, you're going to have a busy day. But you're welcome to come up here and join us anytime that you'd like.
I will. As long as I get invited to come up, I will definitely do that. And Erica and Aaron Stanfield are actually coming on in the Chicago race right now.
Well, why don't you talk about that?
I'll go ahead and talk about it while we're down for a little bit. Well, they just started the next round of Top Dragster, but we'll see what happens. And Danny South just did his burnout and lost the belt. We've got William Cruz and the Cruise Missile in the left lane. So they're pushing Danny South off, and it looks like that's going to give William Cruz the win. Let's see what kind of speed he can post up this morning. Or this afternoon. It's now 12:11. William Cruz has a dial of 612 on his car. Let's see how close he can get. Aaron Stanfield gets the win over Erica Enders, round one of Pro Stock. $245 miles an hour for the Cruise Missile. 613.0. They've got that thing trucking. I'll be back later at some point.
Well, you're always welcome up here, Jolie. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. We're going to get you some more laps. You're going to feel a lot more comfortable as you go through the day. So Fabian Brown rolls back into the primary announcer seat. Had to be a thrill for Jolie as she got to watch her dad win around in front of her. She got to call that, and then she got to talk about her husband also getting a round win. Fabian Brown's going to get to talk about the next winner in the category.
Thank you, Warren, and again, congratulations to Aaron Stanfield and Jolie. I tell you what, she said they didn't take the It's a Boy off the back window. It might be good luck today. As Michael Kyle and Bill Swan. Michael Kyle out of Westlake, Louisiana. And Bill Swan out of Terrell, Texas. And the idea here in Top Dragster, quick, go fast. Don't go quicker than your dial. Down there on the scoreboards, Kyle going to dial 615. Bill Swan is 623. As William Cruz, the Cruise Missile, 245 miles an hour. Wow. So here we go. Kyle and Swan. Top end of the racetrack. We get very close. That center line is Swan, but 6:15, 200 miles an hour for Michael Kyle. So Bill Swan goes 6:24, 2:18 on the 6:23 dial. But man, oh man, Michael Kyle getting the win as we're going to be on hold here for just a moment. So Chloe Janicek will get a broke by as David Dale unable to make the call. So Chloe getting a free shot at the racetrack. Final call of Roof Tech Comp Eliminator. We're missing one car. If you're not there, we're going to assume you're broke, and we're going to go without you. Top Sportsman, Shenanigans Machine Top Sportsman, round number 1 of the lanes for pairings, please. Let's see what Chloe can do on a broke by run here. .002 for Chloe. 7:15 at 186 miles per hour for Chloe. And next up, Ross Larice. Get out 6:15. David Bills on the left side of 6:95. Ross definitely struggled on Friday. Went out first round in both his Super Comp car and Top Dragster, but he got the Super Comp round win earlier this morning. Hoping to duplicate that here in Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster. So Ross Larice. Larice Motorsports Insurance, and David Bills. Bills going to get the head start by 0.8 seconds. Round number 1 of Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster. Here we go. Give me a good one. Top of the racetrack. Win light. Give it. Ross Larice dead on 8. 16 total. As David Bills was 002. 16 over. Margin of victory 19 ten-thousandths of a second or half a foot. That was a pretty solid race. Not much of a burnout there from Robert Cool. Now 695 air as Danny Nelson going to dial the floor of the category 6.100. Again, the floor of the category, you cannot dial quicker than 6.100. If you go anywhere between a 6.000 to a 6.09 with a 9, in eliminations, if you stay in as long as you didn't red light or your opponent didn't break out more. But if you go anywhere, if you go 5.99 with a 9 or quicker at any point during the weekend, not only is that run thrown out, but you are disqualified. There we go. Robert Cool on the right. And a red light for Danny. And he clicks it off. 691.5 there for Robert Cool. As next up, Mario Bosch and Mark Jones. Mark Jones get out of 625. Mario Bosch on the left, a 612. Both these two very fast race cars. And with that cloud cover, we have cooled off things a little bit. A little more free horsepower available to these drivers. Top end, wind light, give it to Mark Jones. 626 on 625 to a 615.3 to 612. Margin of victory, 36/10,000ths of a second, or about 14 inches. So here we go. Mike Green, left side, get out 630. Wayne Landry, 613. Here comes Wayne. Wayne Landry, 615, 226 miles an hour on the 613 dial. Again, Shenanigans Machine, Todd Sportsman needs you, please. Shenanigans Machine. Top Sportsman needs you now, please. Shenanigans Machine, Todd Sportsman needs you now, please. Round one. David John's left side, get out 610. Chris Burrell, 695. There we go. Head start by 0.85 seconds. We go to Chris Burrell. He's in, waiting on Johns. Johns taking his time, he's in. David Johns got some work to do here. Top end of the racetrack, win light. Give it to Chris Burrell, 697 and 695. Johns, 615, 206 on the 610 dial. Next pair up will be Jim Thorpe and Chance Bullock and J.R. Baxter. Baxter got out 6'10", floor of the category on the right side. Chance Bullock out of Baytown, Texas, got out 6'42". So here we go. Here we go. Chance to the left, JR on the right. When will I give it to JR Baxter, 6'11", and 6'10" dial. Jim Thorpe on the right. Again, Shenandoah Machine, Todd Sportsman needs you now, please. And final call for Roof Tech Comp Eliminator. Thorpe, and a little puff of smoke out of Jim Thorpe's car on the top end, and the win line give it to Lee Ramey. .704 on the 700. And starter Rusty shutting them off, so we're going to be on hold for a little bit. We are going to be shut down for a minute. See starter Rusty hopping on the scooter. And he's going, and to be safe as far, going to take a quick look at that Toyota lane, the right-hand side of the racetrack, before we go to Holden Larice and Mike Weaver. And looks like we may have some fluid down there on the racetrack, waiting to hear back from the starter Rusty and the safety Safari. So again, just double check, make sure everything's okay down there. All right, so we are going to be down here for a few minutes while the officials take care of the cleanup down there on the far end, so we will be back. Scan report, we do have oil down in the far end, so we are going to get that cleaned up, and we'll be back to racing as quickly as we can.
It's here, the all-new NHRA TV. A new app, a new website, a new season, the same great racing. All the stars and all the cars. NHRA TV, live, racing, action. $149.99 brings NHRA drag racing to you.
Lone Star Nationals here at the Texas Motorplex. Stampedes into day number 4 of this NHRA South Central Division 4 double divisional and regional event. For those racing in the double divisional side of matters, it is race day number 2 that they ride in, and you will see such classes as Competition Eliminator, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, and so on competing out of the Lucas Oil Sportsman ranks. On the regional side of matters, that racing is done, completed, in the books. You had Bob McCosh, the #1 qualifier in Top Alcohol Funny Car. He earned the Lone Star Nationals Wally from the Texas Motorplex.
Bob McCosh, 548 to a 552. McCosh was 300s better out of the gate.
Well, they say that you win on Sunday and sell on Monday, but Bob, you've won on Saturday, so that means there is a discount tomorrow at the dealership?
Come on down. You bet. What a great day to wrap up great way to wrap up a great day. It's been a beautiful day at the Texas Motorplex, and I got to tell you, our crew worked their butts off. We had a lot of question going up there to the final round because the conditions were changing so quickly. The track temp actually went from 133 degrees down to 118, which is huge. After they had an oil down and a little accident, by the time they got it cleaned up, there was that much difference, and we had it set for the 130 degree track. So we made some last minute adjustments up there in the lane, and the good Lord was willing, and she prevailed. Great day.
Great day, certainly in the points very well. Well, #1, there you go.
We leave #1 right now. This race win put us #1, and now we just got to carry this win through for a few more and see if we can't have our name at the ring at the end of the year.
Well, you can definitely tell Bob is counting and keeping track of those points. What is the next event for your race team?
We're headed to Norwalk, Ohio, and then we go from Norwalk to Topeka. And I think our schedule's Norwalk, Topeka, Brainerd, Bowling Green, Kentucky, Indianapolis, Earlville, Iowa, Reading, Pennsylvania, Charlotte, North Carolina, back here to Dallas for the fall nationals, and then to Vegas.
As you can tell, Bob and team have got a plan for a natty in Alcohol Funny Car. He's the winner of the Lone Star Nationals.
Thank you. Thank you.
in Top Alcohol Dragster. It was the number 2 qualifier over the number 1 qualifier, Jackie Frick, in the final round. Julie Natus, the national points leader in NHRA Top Alcohol Dragster competition, winning the Lone Star Nationals.
Julie left side, on the left side, they went to the Julie the top side 28.
Julie Natus does a Texas two-step, defending her regional title here at the Texas Motorplex in the Lone Star Nationals, but it is a win. So Wally extending the national points lead and low ET all to boot. That's a good weekend, young lady.
Yeah, it's been a really great weekend. The car, like I like to say when it's hauling ass, car's been hauling ass this weekend, and reaction time has been on point too, so this is great. It's good.
You can continue to see all the action right here from the Texas Motorplex for the Lone Star Nationals, presented by Scogan Dickey Parts Center, on your NHRA stream, whether that's the YouTube channel or NHRA.tv. I'm Lee Kraft, aka the Monday Morning Racer, for the Texas Motorplex, the place where speed was born.
So again, the cleanup continues out there on the racetrack. Hopefully we'll be done here the next little bit, but I want to thank all the staff here at Texas Motorsplex for their hard work, dedication, and their hospitality this week. All the Division 4 racers and families for being here with us. But, I thought about this. What if you took all the Sportsman categories, all the Campbell categories, you picked 5 drivers from each category and put them on Family Feud? As here is your TexasMotorplex.com parts call. We have a racer in need of a stocked Briggs & Stratton LO206. L0206. If you got one of those, bring it up to Suite 208 in the tower, see if we can help them out. It's a Briggs & Stratton L0206. I don't know what that is, but apparently racer needs one. But that might be pretty interesting though. But I thought about this, and also if you put like all the divisions on Family Feud, I thought of the 5 people that could go for Division 4. Well, obviously Maddie, because she's the division director. Shannon Brinkley. Let's see. We'll go Holden Larice, Kim. Then who would the other 2 be? No, it's Family Feud. Let's see. Who else could you have? I guess the other 2 would have to be. Oh, this is a tough one. Yeah. Chaplain Joey Keith, got to have him. Yeah, Michael Holcomb. All right, there you go. That'd be a good one. And then their first test will be against Division 5. Nick in Division 5. All right, so it looks like the officials down there are making some good progress on the racetrack down there. All right, they're telling me about 10 minutes down there on the racetrack, so good job by the officials. All right, drivers, suit up, please. Top Dragster, Tom Thorpe Transport, Top Dragster, suit up. All right, so again, a couple minutes away before we resume here. Again, great job by the officials. All right, so finishing up on the cleanup, and then Rusty says he's ready. You know, we got to somehow put Rusty on that Family Feud team for Division 4. We got to put Rusty on there. All right, there's a couple more moments here, and then we will get after it here at Texas Motorplex. Of course, the next race, Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series divisional race, will actually be in Tulsa in September. At 06 Casino Tulsa Raceway Park. Of course, don't forget about the Stampede of Speed. The part of the Texas Fall Nationals here October 7th through the 15th. Go to TexasMotorplex.com for your tickets, and they will definitely a great program. As we are, it looks like we are ready to go with Mike Weaver and Holden Larice. Here we have Mike Weaver, 641 the dial, Holden Larice, 610. Here we go, round number one of Tom Thorpe Transport Top Dragster. Here we go, they're side by side. Top end of the racetrack. Win line, give it to Mike Weaver. 642, 216 miles an hour, holding the race. And the starting line advantage. Only the 14 on the 10. And Mike Owen and Mark Ellis are next two. Mike Owen, now 7:04 at Scroggins, Texas, and Mark Ellis from Graham, Texas, got out 6:24, giving up an 0.8 of a second head start. Here we go. Mike Owen on the left side. He'll leave first. Here comes Mark Ellis. Top end. Give it to Mike Owen. Dead on with a 9:53 total. Mark Ellis was 0.68 and locked out. Darian Bosch and Steve McDermott. Now again, the floor of the category is 6.100. How would you like to be dialing a 611 and you're the slow car of the two? That's Steve McDermott on the right-hand side. This car is also for sale. He's gone over 230 miles an hour with it here this weekend. Darian Bosch on the left side at Kenner, Louisiana. And now 610. Now Darren has been as quick as a 6:07.7, but again, you cannot dial quicker than a 6:10. This will be an interesting matchup here. Here we go. Separation. Top end of the racetrack. Win line. Give it to McDermott. He got way out of the groove down there towards the end. But he was able to hold on for the win. All right, round number 2 of Everyday Chef Junior Dragsters. All of you need your lanes, please. Junior Dragster round 2 needs us. Rusty Baxter will get the win. Nick Smith, red lights. Oh, and Rusty dead on with a 9:18 total. Rick Carroll and Dane Ward. Rick Carroll going to dial a 630. Dane Ward going to dial the floor of the category, 6.100. Top end. Give it to Dane Ward. 620 on the 610. He had 800s in his pocket on the starting line as Carroll goes 34 on the 30. Again, round number 2 of Everyday Chef Junior Dragsters to the lanes, please. Round number 2 of Everyday Chef Junior Dragsters needs to stage lanes, please. All right, Brian Sandlin. Get off 7 flat. Crystal Peterson at 620. Crystal Peterson. Top end win. Like a little smoke out of Peterson's car right in the lights. And she gets the win. 622 on the 620 dial. All right, so wait to get the all clear from the officials down track. All right, it looks like they are going to have Starter Rusty check the racetrack. And hopefully nothing there. And we'll be going into Roof Tech Comp Eliminator here in just a moment. So again, folks, they did find some oil down there in the shutdown area just past finish line, so they will take care of this and get back race as quick as we can. Again, we do apologize for the delays, but the officials will do everything they can to get the track cleaned up and back to race as quick as we can before we go into round number 1 of Roof Tech Comp Eliminator.
Junior dragsters, everyday chef, junior dragsters. Need you all to the lanes, all classes, please. Our littles, 6 to 9. Our middles, 10 to 12. And the almost grown folks, 13 and up. We need you all to the staging lanes, please. Everyday chef, junior dragster. As Fabian stepped out for a minute and I stole his microphone. Once again, appreciate everybody coming out to the Texas Motorplex this weekend for the doubleheader event. Had a great turnout of cars. As we are still attempting to progress through first round, this would be an excellent time for everybody to double check your goodies. You know, make sure those hose clamps are tight. Make sure those puke tanks are empty and closed. Make sure nothing's dripping, dropping on your way up here. I know some of these things are unavoidable, as they say, but we really like to avoid them all for the rest of the day. So, looks like we have about another 5 to 7 minutes on the top end. So, comp eliminator racers, this is your 5 to 7 minute window warning. So, if you need to check your tires or you need to get back in those fire suits, I know it's hot out there, but we are going to get going just as soon as possible. Don't want you to sweat out there any longer than you need to. But we are obviously running behind schedule due to the cleanup, so please be ready to go. We are looking at approximately 5 to 7 minutes to a fire comp eliminator for round 1 of race 2. Also, once again, big thank you to Roger Brogdon and Roof Tech for their sponsorship in comp eliminator. Of course, the bonus fund that everybody knows about. Also to all the sponsors that have thrown in money to the Junior Dragster purse, and also for Mr. Brogdon for matching a good bit of those donations. I believe he said he'd match up to $5,000. So, once again, guys, racers out here supporting racers and supporting the future of NHRA drag racing. So thank you to everyone who donated and threw some money on top of the already bumped up pot thanks to Everyday Chef. So thank you all very much. In the meantime, guys, I'm watching the live feed from Chicago. I'm going to call a race. Top Fuel Dragster on the starting line at Chicago. Austin Prock up in smoke, had the starting line advantage, and Brittany takes the win. 401. Not a great pass. All right, well, that was exciting. Since we can't race here, we can talk about where they are racing. Brittany Force, 0.861 to the 60 foot. Got up on the tire past the 8th mile. Coast to a 401. Were you all excited? It's almost like you're there, isn't it? Almost as good.
shows up to like 2 races a year, but that's basically a Schumacher car.
Well, as we sit up here and continue to watch what's going on in Chicago, JT Zizzo advancing to the semifinal round of Top Fuel in the Rust-Oleum car. That's pretty impressive. Non-full-time Top Fuel driver. Making some noise up in Joliet. All right, Roof Tech Comp Eliminator. We're moments away. Your drivers, if you are not back in your car and getting suited and booted, you need to be doing that quick, fast, and in a hurry. We're about 2 minutes from sending cars down the racetrack, racers. So once again, thank you for your patience. Back-to-back oil downs, never a lot of fun. The Motorplex and the NHRA crew out there both making quick work of some big messes. We appreciate that. Like I said, guys, I know some of these things are unavoidable, but some of them can be avoided, so make sure you're checking all your fittings, checking your puke tanks, overflows. Just give everything a good once-over. I know you do in between rounds, but it'd be really nice not to have to see much more of this equipment out on the racetrack today unless it's just for a quick prep before a class. So once again, racers, appreciate your patience. For those of you watching at home, we're getting ready to go back to racing here at the Dallas Double. The Lone Star Nationals to Texas Motorplex. And I'll hand this microphone off to either Warren or Fabian and somebody who knows a heck of a lot more about comp racing than I do.
All right, so Combo Eliminator, brought to you by Roof Tech. Michael Foster in the C Dragster automatic. 760 his index. He's giving up the head start to Dwayne Robinson in his C Alter out of Gardner, Kansas. 793 his index. Again, in Combo Eliminator, there is no breakout. It's heads up first to the finish line to see each car is assigned an index. Dial that into the computer, and then whoever is the slower of the two gets that much of a heads up, or a head start rather. So here we go. First pair, round one, Roof Tech Combo Eliminator. And we are clean and green. And the win line going to give it to Dwayne Robinson, 779. As just seeing Michael Foster let the clutch out and was like, nah, that was it. And hit the tires real hard down there, and well, that was it. That was the end of that. Here comes Greg Camplain, the C Dragster automatic. On the right side, 757 his index, taking on the A Super Modified automatic of Scott Cascio, 850 his index. So here we go. Scott Cascio, Greg Camplain. Scott getting the head start by 0.93 seconds. And it's already over as Greg Camplain will get the win. And Scott red lights. Mike DePalma, Friday's winner. 900 G Alter taking on Sean Dodd, C Econo Alter. 867 his index. Here we go, DePalma and Dodd. Here we go. 300 separation top end. Give it to Sean Dodd. There will be no double up this weekend for De Palma. 8:14 at 161 miles an hour. There we go. Clark Smiley. That blown supercharged 2009 GXP as the Cavalier. Keith Hall, they're backing him out. So he's not going to be making the runs. Clark Smiley gets a broke by to round 2. Oh, man. And that's got to add insult to injury there for Keith Hall. As we ready to go for our next pair. Of Steve Basgall and John Clegg. And that car didn't quite make it off top ends. We'll give him some assistance before we go to Steve Basgall and John Clegg. we go. Basil, the CE counter Dragster taking on the John Clegg machine, the Firebird. Here we go. Basil and Clegg. Round one of Roof Tech Comp Eliminator. Here we go. Their stage. Here comes John Clegg. Top end. John Clegg, 7:03 after a 002 reaction time. Taylor, Chibisky right side, 804 the dial, or the index rather than that Pro Stock truck, and the AE counter Dragster of Dennis Smiley on the left. 728 his index. So the head start will go to the truck on the Toyota side of the racetrack. So here we go. Head start will go to the truck by 0.76 seconds. Top end, when light, give it to the trucks. 7, 50, 1, 4. At 179 miles per hour, getting there first by about a little more than 9 thousandths of a second. As Monty Bogan and Jeff Taylor are next two. Is there a problem with the Monty Bogan car? See, starter Rusty's got him on the clock. Can Monty Bogan make it? Rusty's given the count. Will he run out of time? And he has been. Monty Bogan will not make the call. So Jeff Taylor will get a broke bye into round number 2. All right, here we go. Craig Bourgeois in the South Dragster, Brad Brewer in the B Alter. So Brad, gonna give head start by 1300ths of a second. Over the A Nostalgia Dragster. So here we go, Bourgeois and Brewer. So here we go. Bourgeois left side, Brewer right side. Wind line giving it to Craig Bourgeois, 690 and 171 miles per hour. For Craig Bourgeois picking up the round 1 win. So Greg Shennick and Brad Plord. Brad are going to have a 696 in that supercharged ultra on alcohol on methanol. And then Greg Shank out of Anaran, Texas, 818 his number. He'll get a 1.22 second head start. Here goes Brad Plord. And Brad goes by him in the light, 645, 192 miles an hour. Roger Brogdon, the man behind the Roof Tech name there. All he's done is for not only just his competition eliminator category, but for Division 4 as a whole. 757, his B Ultra Automatic, and Ashton Hudson, his H Ultra Automatic, getting a 1.63 second head start. That start will go to Ashton Hudson in that Ford Escort. Here comes Roger. Roger got him in the lights by 35 thousandths of a second. 6.94.4. 189.75 miles per hour for Roger Brogdon. Ashton Hudson, 8.62.4. 154 miles per hour. So here we go. Chase Williams, Ed Federkyle. Chase 747 is in next. Ed gonna get a 4/10 of a second head start. On the right side of the racetrack. Win light. Give it to Chase Williams. 694, 188. Brad Federkyle. As Brooke Hegel and Joe Mazeras. Brooke Hegel, left side in her D Super Modified Automatic, and Joe Mazeras on the right side. There we go. Brooke Hegel, Joe Mazeras. Here we go. Top end of the racetrack, win light, give it to Joe Mazeras, 702, 183. He's about 400 better on reaction time. Don Thomas, Jim Kimbrough. Kimbrough, C-Count Dragster out of Pace, Florida, gonna get a 2,800 of a second head start over Don Thomas, his C Dragster automatic. Super Street round number 2 to the lanes, please. Super Street round 2 to the lanes, please. Super Street round number 2 to the lanes, please, for pairings. .707. Don Thomas picking up the win. As Cody Lane and Kevin Duett ready to go. So Kevin Duett, aiding us out of Dragster, 747. Is in next, Cody Lane, the E Super Modified Automatic, 896. So 1.49 second head start will go to Cody Lane. So here we go, Cody Lane. Getting that start again by 1.49 seconds. So we go top of the racetrack, win light, give it to Kevin, 686.5 at 190 miles an hour. Jared Grenier, Sean Vincent. Here we go, Grenier and Vincent. That separation. Top end. Throttle gain, give it to Jared. It's 842 and 152 miles per hour. Callie Neff, Kayla Mozeris. J Dragster automatic on the left side, 832 the index, and the K Alter automatic, 818. Here we go. Neff going to give head start by 0.14 of a second. And Kayla red lights it away, and Callie Neff 791, 150 miles per hour. All righty. Let's go talk Sportsman, brought to you by Sinead Machine. We go. Neil Schaefer, 662 the dial. Kelly Land, 682. Oh boy, and Neil Schaefer got loose, picked up his right foot. And here Kelly Land roll out of the throttle, 705 on the 682 dial. So Kelly Land moving on to round number 2. As Cody Draper and Macy Higgins. Here next pair. Here we go. Cody Draper, 740. Mace Higgins, 667. So 0.73 second head start will go to Cody in the truck. 2,000 separation. Oh, Cody moving around a little bit in that left-hand lane. Top end of the racetrack. Win line. Give it to Cody. He holds on. 741 on the 40. Macy Higgins, 668 on the 667. Margin of victory was 16 ten-thousandths of a second as Brian Heath, the 2009 GTO, 707 the dial, and James Ogden, 662 the dial, 4,500 of a second head start going to go to Brian Heath. Again, Super Street round 2. Should be back there, Super Street round 2. Should be back there. So here we go. Brian Heath, James Ogden. Oh, man, and he's moving on quite a bit in that left-hand lane. And 721 on a 662 for James Ogden. Henry Kendall. And Pro Stock Truck, and now 705, and Mike Moorhead. And Bryan, Arkansas, 661. The magic number. Here we go. Kendall get the head start by 0.44 seconds. It's Mike Moorhead and his crew back away. Red light for Moorhead. And you see him dumping the chutes early. Henry Kendall. 753. So Henry Kendall moves on to round number 2 as Mike Moorhead red lights away by 13 thou. And starter Rusty backing him out, and we are going to be on hold for a minute. And I'm being told that Henry Kendall has asked the officials to check the racetrack. He thinks he may have broke something. Radioed back to his crew, and the crew notifying starter Rusty. So I tell you, that's a great show of sportsmanship by Henry Kendall. Radioing to his crew, I think I broke something. Please have them check the racetrack behind me. So we are going to be shut down here for a minute. All right, so looks like we may be okay. But again, that was definitely a great show of sportsmanship by Henry Kendall. Radioed up to his crew saying, guys, I think I broke something. And asked the officials to check the racetrack, which they have done and are still doing at this point. Well, that's a lot of the top Dragster, top Sportsman drivers are carrying two-way radio communication with their crew. And it looks like the track is clear. So we're waiting for Rusty to hop off the scooter, and we are good to go. Checks with both teams. Both drivers are ready to go now, so we're going to go ahead and resume. So David Bills left side, 730. Paul Robinson, 661. Top end. Win light, give it to Bills. Go 732 on the 730 dial. As I need super straight. Need you now, please. Super straight. Super straight, I'm missing three of you. You're about to miss the round. Super straight. Missing three of you. Let's go. Chris Arnold, David Wicks. Wicks going to dial a 764, that 53 Corvette. Chris Arnold, now 676. Red light for Wicks. Chris Arnold, 679, 204 miles per hour on the 676 dial. Final call for Super Street Round 2. Stock Eliminator Round 2. All of you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator Round number 2. All of you to the staging lanes, please. Round number 2 of stock. All of you to the staging lanes, please. Scooter Hampton and Ben Bloomberg. Bloomberg at out 658 in that 97 Firebird, and Scooter Hampton in the 2005 Pontiac GTO. 640. So that start game will go to Bloomberg by 0.18 of a second. Here we go. Top of the racetrack. Wind line given to Bloomberg, 665. 209 miles per hour on the 658 dial. Here we go. Lance Abbott, Vince Hoda. And like something, I saw starter Rusty run over towards the beam box. And something blew in front of the beam. Great job by Division 4 starter Rusty for being observant of that. I'll tell you what, to be a starter, you got to have like 360-degree vision and great job by Rusty for spotting that. Lance Abbott, 701. Vince Hoda, Numbers 1 and 2 in the points last year. The win line, give it to Vince. Gets his revenge on the champ. 647 to a 645. That's twice this weekend that these two have been eliminated, and Vince has gotten them both times. Mark Griffin, Jim Thorpe. Griffin to Jim Thorpe will get the free pass in the next round. 634 on the 35 dial. As Mark Griffin 7 red. As our next pair will be Mark Buring and Jimmy Lewis. Mark Buring is now a 683. Jimmy Lewis a 627. So here we go. Jimmy Lewis giving up the head start by 0.56 seconds. There we go. Mark Buring has a shot at the bonus. Top end. Oh, he missed it by 2 thou on a double breakout. Mark Buring was trip zip. Broke out by 2 thousandths of a second. They both broke out by 2 thou. When that happens, it's first to the finish line. Man, oh man. Wow. Mark is not going to be happy when he sees that time slip. He was 2 thou from $5,000. Darian Bosch on the right side on the buy run. 624 his dial. And this will be the fun. He's the buyer. Then we'll have the broke buy here at the end. So here's Darian. Track time for Darian Bosch. Oh, that thing did not sound pretty. He clicks it off. It was 724, 133. Alrighty. So our final car for round one will be Cole Bergeron getting broke by us. Obviously, Bob Galletti not going to make the call after his mishap yesterday. But Bob, didn't hit the wall. The onboard fire bottles did what they were supposed to do. And I'm sure Bob will be back to race another day. And it's Cole Bergeron again, a broke by here. And then we'll go into Everyday Chef, Junior Dragster, 6-9-year-olds, round number 2. Again, stock eliminator. Need all of you to the lanes, please. Stock eliminator. All of you. To the lanes, please. Did I get it right? Stock eliminator. Come on, stock eliminator. Needs you now, please. Round 2. Here goes Cole. 0-10 reaction time. Looking for a 7:14, 7:15.5. And now that completes round number 1 of eliminations. And also, congratulations to Nick, who has been named my golfing buddy. So apparently you and I got to go putt-putt golf in Brainerd later this year. But Maddie's going to spot us like 10 shots, and she'll win by 50. But here we go, Junior Dragster, round 2. Here's Warren.
Hello again. Junior Dragsters, round number 2 coming up. This is going to be the littlest of the little ones, I believe. There we go. Trying to get a little adjustment on my outdoor camera there. And I believe that looks a little bit more like it. Yes, it does. All right, 6 to 9-year-old, round number 2 eliminations. Clay Burrell. Left side of the track. Clay, you got it dialed to 1395. That'll be the quicker of the two. The 1470 dial in over on the right for Noah. That's Freddie Harris Jr. 1470. Dial in on the right. Right lane leaves first by a bulb and a half. 0.75 seconds. Noah off and running. Sees the wind light flashing down there on the right-hand scoreboard. As the red lights start over on the left for Clay Burrell. Right side, Noah Harris gets the win. 1494, 41 miles an hour. 1406 at 48, and the red light over on the left for Clay. Liam Lopez, Blaine Carroll come up now. $11.90, the number on the scoreboard left side for Liam Lopez. A little over 2-second head start will go to the right side for Blaine Carroll. Stock eliminator. You should be back there. If you're not, we need you. Stock eliminator to the lanes. Liam Lopez turns it red, then goes 1191 at 49 miles an hour, one over. Lane Carroll 1406 for the win at a speed of 38.64 miles per hour. Brady Mays gets the single here in the category. Brady trying to go 1195. So Brady, green light start, win light at the top end. It's a time run, 1185 on the 1195, 53 miles per hour. So 6 to 9 year olds, they're in the book here for round number 2. Next up, it's going to be 10, 11, and 12 year olds. These have a little more cackle in the pipes. Lucas Lopez will start things off on the left-hand side of the track. Slate Urbanik, right side. Once again, stock eliminator. We need you to the lanes. Stock eliminator, round number 2. We need you to the lanes now, please. Stock eliminator to the lanes. Lucas Lopez, left side, trying to go 1153. That is the Phil's Trailer Sales lane. Right side, the 903 on the dial-in board is there for Slate Urbanik. We are off and running. Green lights a pair on the starting line. Top end will decide it. It's going to go to Slate Urbanik. 913 on the 903. Win light decided there by reaction time as Slate was 021 on the tree. And Lucas was a little bit tardy. 1155 on the 1153 at 54 miles an hour for Lucas. So 2 over there for Lucas. A 10th over for Slate, but reaction time made up all the difference and more there. And Slate gets the job done to see a win light. Mackenzie Roberts and Gavin Sharp, they'll pull up now. You should not be able to see the differential on the tree as it fires. 894 on the left, 893 on the right. virtually a heads-up race. Both drivers set. Both drivers green. How about that? Both drivers run their number. Mackenzie Roberts was dialed 894, goes 894.7. Gavin Sharp dialed 893, goes 893.8. Come back to the starting line to see who your winner was. Gavin Sharp, by 1/100th of a second, has the starting line advantage and the victory. Pretty darn good drag race right there. Colton Farley and Matty McClelland will line up now. So Dad Eric out there in front of Matty, getting everything lined up. Over on the right-hand side, Matty dialed an 1111. Will leave first. Colton Farley will be on the chase with an 890 dial in. Matty hangs out there. Here comes the competition and drives around for the win. Colton, 894 on the 890 for the win light. Matty was behind at the starting line, then goes 1109, too quick on the 1111. The breakout on the right side gives the win on the left side to Colton Farley. Again, stock eliminator, final call, stock eliminator. You should all be there. Final call, stock eliminator. Coming to life next, one more competitor here in the category. This is Mia Rhodes. Well, I'm sorry, I mixed up a little bit. This is the 13 and up category now, as Mia Rhodes gets to start the round out as a single. 790 up on the scoreboard for Mia Rhodes. How about a dead on 790 with a 4 for Mia Rhodes on the single? As Mike Eames would say, she stuck the landing, dead 4. Brody Teague and Emily Miller now get the opportunity. Teague, the quicker of the two, that's the car on the left. 790 is Brody's prediction. Emily thinks she's going to go 802. Time to see who is right. Staging process about to complete here. Eighth mile says Emily Miller, 8:07 at 74 miles an hour. That was a little bit of a pucker up moment there. Emily goes 8:07 on the 8:02 for the win. Brody goes 7 under, 783 at 81. It's Landon Emmons coming up next. Alongside Mario Gonzalez. Emmons trying to go 796. Gonzalez 803. At the finish line, it's the 805 that is a winner for Mario Gonzalez. 805 at 78 miles per hour. As Landon, 3 thou better at the starting line, goes 1 under, 795 at 80 miles an hour to hand the win over to Mario. Matty Michael and Quade Dosher coming up next. 796 is the dial-in left side, 790 on the right. Attention in the pit area, we need Super Comp. Super Comp to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. Also, we need motorcycles. Sportsman Motorcycles, we need you to the lanes as well. Sportsman Motorcycles, we are looking for you as well. So Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp will take you to the staging lanes for your next round. Matty Michael will go to the next round with that 796-2, dead on 2. 007 up front. That is 9 thousandths total, a 9-pack for Matty. Quade had no opportunity to win that race, 794 at 75. Addison Rogers and Kaysen Belt coming up next. Addison already driving around out there. Took too much. Broke out by 8 thousandths of a second. Addison pulled up alongside Kaysen and drove around. Or at least that's what it looked like from here. But Addison, 789.2 on the 790. That's a breakout. Win light goes to Kaysen Bell. 862.2 on the 862 for the win. Here's a close one on the starting line, a 792 on the left to a 790 on the right. 200's difference in the spot. Goes to the left side. And it looks like on the double breakout, it's going to be right side of the track for the win. 788.3 on the 790. Right side for the win. Left side, 789 on the 792. Once again, we're looking for Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp to join us in the staging lanes. Super Street and Stock should already be back there as well. And I hear the rumble under the tower. Which indicates to me that we're about to change classes. But not before we send this pair of junior dragsters down the track. Eight flat and 797 up on the scoreboards for a final pair here. A little throttle work there, you hear it. And a breakout on the right side, 790, way under on the 797 prediction. 8 flat left side goes 807 at 76 for the win. So I'll get this right. Junior dragsters are complete. Super Street round 2 sits underneath my feet here in the crossover. 1090s go on the scoreboard, and we're going to cut the field in half one more time as this is round number 2 of Super Street. Jimmy Denham, Collinsville, Oklahoma. That's the S10, left side. Brandon Harris, the Shakey's Camaro, out of Tulsa. That's the right side. Super Street 1090 is the number. 5/10 Pro Tree. Sometimes you pick your dial in, and sometimes it's picked for you, and that's the case here. In and gone. Ooh, 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 ooh. 007 and 005 on the reaction timers. A double breakout win for Brandon Harris. He was 005 on the tree, 1089 at 141. Breaks out by 1. Jimmy Denham breaks out by 4, 1086. He was 007 on the tree, so drivers doing their job on the front end. Here's Ricky Sellers and Regan Wilson. They both leave the starting line. Throttle stops have done their magic. Regan closing hard on a red light start. Missed that part up here. Regan gets the automatic win, 1093 at 151. Ricky Sellers turned it red by 002 and then goes 1093 at 133 to exit the program here in second round. It'll be Bill Kidd, left side out of Arizona, and Michael Hancock, the Texan, on the right in a pair of Chevy 2s as they make their way down the drag strip. One of them's on the right side of the number. That's Bill Kidd. Perfect on the reaction timer. Dead 7 at the finish line, 7 total. Hancock was 34, letting go of the button, and already just pushing air and wasting gas. Milo Elkins and Ross Ragland. 68 Camaro left, 69 Camaro right. Can you tell the difference? Probably not. I know I can't. All they care about is turning on those flashing green bulbs. Left side does it. 1089 at 146 for Milo Elkins. Ross Ragland, 1088 at 136. Seeing some breakouts happen here in Super Street as people are about 1 or 2 under on each pass. I think we've sent 6 cars and we've had 5 breakouts. It's Amanda Loftus coming up now alongside Jay Bunce. Loftus in the Mustang. Bunce, the Belvedere. Loftus from Amarillo, Texas. And Jay Bunce, Piedmont, Oklahoma. Another red light decides it this time around. The 007 for Loftus. Jay Bunce, 1091. 130 for the speed, and Bunce is your winner to go on to round number 3, Amanda Loftus. James Bond red, 1094 at 154, and she is out of here. Mark McCall and Tony Jones will line up now. Trans Am on the left, Camaro on the right. Green lights for both. Trans Am kind of wiggles the tail out there about mid-track. You hear the throttles working against each other down there, and it's a 1095 at 140 for Mark McCall to take the win. He was 15 on the tree, but behind, leaving 003 on the tree for Tony Jones, but 11 flat is not close enough, giving up a 10th and the win. Chris Presley and Trevor Land. We'll see them next. Ford Chevy matchup. The Chevy on the left, that's a Camaro. The Ford on the right, that's a Mustang. Both of them making tracks towards the top end, and the win light this time around flashes on the right side with a dead 1. Trevor Land, 1090 with a 1 at 131. 12 on the tree. That's 13 total. Presley was 22 up front and done. 1095 at 151 miles an hour. Here's Kent Height pulling up next. Height from Louisville, Texas, taking on Thomas Marlowe. Height, the 73 American Motors Gremlin. Defending division champion, left side, Thomas Marlowe from Canton, Texas. 67 Nova over on the right. Both of them get away on the green. At the top end of the track, it's going to be Marlowe tripping the win light down there. He's on the right side, 1090 with a 3 at 136. He was behind up front. He's 41. Height was 003, but then he goes 1089.4. That's 6 thou too quick And the win light goes to Marlowe. Wayne Pratt and David Stone coming up now. Old school, first generation Camaro on the left for Pratt out of Blooming Grove, Texas. Right side, David Stone, the Deer Park, Texas machine. That is the Cavalier. Over on the right, big block Chevy Power there and the Super Street machine. Reaction times kind of look the same as they did for the previous pair. Race result kind of turns out the same as well. Stone was 19 up front, then goes 10.91.0 for the win. Wayne Pratt was 4 up front, then goes 10.93.3 at 135. You do the math, the margin of victory, 8 thousandths of a second, or about 1.5 feet at the finish line. Greg Parson, that's Sluggo, left side. He lines up next to Kevin Thorpe. 001 red for Thorpe. Parson, 1087 at 147. Thorpe was 001 red and then goes 1078 at 141. Olin Gocher is going to go give some driving lessons here to his hired gun. Chase Huffman and John Long come up now. Camaros left and right. Huffman for accelerated graphics. R&M race trailer. Skog and Dickey Performance Center Race Shop. Rugburn Raceway. The list goes on and on. Trying to see what he can do up against John Long, and all he can do is break out by a little bit more. 1088, the 2-2 quick breakout for Huffman. John Long, 1089, the 2 quick breakout on the right for John Long. Another of the first generation Camaros down here in Division 4. I think this is where they all wound up. Greg Williams, Waxahachie, alongside Jared Ross. The little yellow Anglia over on the right. Well, the Anglia is done for the weekend as the Camaro of Greg Williams turns on a win light. 1091 at 131 for Greg Williams. So Austin's dad, okay, moves on. Well, I don't know. It's Greg and Melinda and Austin. Yeah, Melinda has been in that car before the last time I was down here, I think. And Ray Dew, like they say, even a blind hog can find an acorn every once in a while. Ray Dew gets the win. 13 on the tree, 1088 at 145. Red light for Jim Presley, which is what Ray Dew needed to advance. He told me the reason he's got 6-foot letters on the side of his car is because he's getting old and he can't figure out which is his car in the parking lot. That may or may not be true, but I think that's what he told me. So with that, Super Street is in the books. Stock Eliminator comes up. Joey Keith, you want to take a swing at it? This will be round number 2 of Stock Eliminator, and we are in round 2 of the race that will never end. It will end. Eventually, we'll just give up and walk away. I know. Never say never. That is fact. Some bald spot repair coming up. They're in the semifinals at Chicago. It's been quite an event up there. I don't know if you can even call them upsets anymore, but some big names out of here in round one. It looks like TJ Zizzo, from the look on the screen here, may be going to a final round. Let's see. No. He shook the tires, and Josh Hart, even with a cylinder out, is going to go to the final in Chicago for R&L Carriers. Would have been a great story if TJ had made it to the final round up there, but Josh, I'm sure, is quite happy about his opportunity to pick up the Wally up there. I know you people love this, right? Commentary on the Chicago race from here in Dallas. But I have the microphone, and if you want to change it, you need to come up here. Speaking of which, that's why Joey Keith came up here, because he's tired of listening to me babble. Joey Keith, round 2, stock eliminator.
Thank you, Warren. It is always good to sit in for a spell, and love the stalkers and Super Comp you'll follow. And motorcycle, you'll be there round 2. So we are going to run and gun, get through this afternoon, evening here, and finish up the double. We crowned some champions yesterday morning, and we're going to crown some champions tonight. Motors come up. Burnout box they go. Bobby Brandon. Tim Ames, your first pair, round 2 of stock. Bobby, the Brandon's heat and air entry. Stanfield Racing Engines. The runner out of Bossier City, Louisiana, on 1047 Dallin, 1099 for the Duster, 340 Plymouth of Tim Ames. Just about a half-second difference here as the tree comes down. Camaro will chase the Duster. First pair, round 2 stock. And we are clean and we are green. Bobby's hunting, he's coming. Tim's looking. Give it to Brandon. How about 46 on the light? Both drivers on breakout passes. Tim breaks out by a bunch, almost 600ths of a second. Bobby Brandon, 1044 and a 1047. Carries that Camaro into round 3. John Breimer, the accountant out of Arlington, Texas. Give the win light, John Breimer, 881 on 882 for the win. Takes out Brian Massengill. Attention the pits, Crystal Peterson and Darian Bosch. We have a certificate for you. If you'd please come to race control, Crystal Peterson and Darian Bosch. Billy Hughes, Parker DeVore. Parker, the 360 Plymouth. Billy Hughes out of Tyler, Texas. Billy broke his Super Street car on Thursday. You know what's always good, Warren, to have an extra car in the shop. He drove home, got the stalker, says, I haven't ran the car in 15 months. Hope it starts. Well, he just have one of those things in the shop. Parker DeVore, your winner, 1047. Both drivers break out. Parker breaks out the least, and he was trips. Billy was trips to Parker's 016, and Billy breaks out more. He's heading back to Tyler. Marty Burke and Kevin Hill. The Hill family brings several cars to the racetrack. Kevin 1178, 1165 for Marty. Give it to Marty. Coronet, your winner. 1169 and 1165 as breakout for Kevin Hill by 0.02 of a second. One of the nicest gentlemen on the property. I tell you, Willie Coleman, left side of the racetrack here in his Camaro. Just a true gentleman of Houma, Louisiana. A 1070 dial, 1160 for John Cox. John in the Comet. John, your winner there in his Comet Cyclone. Takes out Willie Coleman. How about the next pair? Devin Diaguardi and David Latino. Good matchup here in round 2. Motorcycle should be there. Super Comp, you should be there. Here comes Latino. There's 4,000s difference. Win light goes to Latino, 1070 on a 1070. How about 22 total for Latino? Devin was 23 and no chance at that point. Latino moving around number 3. Jimmy Hidalgo and James Tolston. Pair of GTOs, pair of 2004 GTOs. However, one being different. Left side, Tolston, 5-speed. And he kicks it red by 21 thousandths of a second. I tell you, anytime you're up against Jimmy Hidalgo, you got to be up on that steering wheel. And James knew it. Going to run it out, 1097.8 for Hidalgo on that 1097. 1082 for Tolston for the loss. As Jimmy Hidalgo Sr. coming up next, left side of the racetrack. Phil's Trader Cell side, 1126. Alongside Brett Candies, the Candies family racing. One of their many entries they bring to the track. See crew chief, team manager, Jim Dupree. Walking back, going to watch his driver stage up that Mustang. And Brett goes red by 7 thousandths of a second. The Country Dog was 15 green, 1127 for the win. And 7 thousandths too quick on the red light. For Brett Candies ends his chance here in stock. Brad Plort. Missing 2 in Super Comp. Missing 2 in Super Comp. I would guess you know who you are. Super Comp missing 2, and first call, Super Stock to the lanes, please. Super Stock, come on down. Brad Plort has been on an absolute tear in Division 4. Let's see if Dave Fleet has something else in mind on that, though. He's got a shot at it. No, Brad Plord. Both drivers break out. Brad breaks out by a nickel. Fleet breaks out by 7 thousandths, so Brad Plord virtue of the lesser of the two breakouts, we'll move into round number 3. We'll also see him in once again, Super Comp missing 2. Super Comp missing 2 of you, and we need Super Stock to the lanes, please. Gavin Lehue and Sam Lusko. Here comes that Corvette of Gavin. Got a shot at it on the brakes. No, give it to Sammy. Breakout for Gavin by 12 thousandths of a second. Got there first, but broke it out. James Carter. Charles Ford, Charles Spring, Texas. The Roof Tech sponsored Duster. And James Carter, the Carter Automotive entry. Owned by Roger Warren. Uh-oh. Charles is in complete control. Charles, your winner. 18 light, 11-19, and 11-16. Charles Ford moves on. Missing 1 Super Comp now. Missing 1 Super Comp. And racers, I'll tell you, we'll run without you. We're missing 1. You know who you are. Need to get to the lanes, please. Superstock, come on down. Keith Bakies and Mike Bulrus. Mike out of San Antonio. Keith out of Alexandria, Louisiana. Close in the start. At the finish, it goes to Bakies. 17 light, 1073 on a 1070. Breakout by a bunch for Bulrus. Jeff Lopez and Riley Trumbull. Jeff out of Fort Worth. His Camaro. 946 to the Corvette's 997 of Riley Trumbull. Riley's out. Here comes Lopez. Rip. Give it to Lopez. 948 on a 946. That's Trumbull. 1004 at 132 the speed. Way off pace for him. So Lopez snuck on by. Daryl Irwin, Todd Bailey. Todd in the Camaro out of Houston, Texas. Irwin, the Classic Auto Sales entry. One of the many Chevrolet Camaros you'll find in this category, you'll find in the great state of Texas. Irwin got it. 11:29 and 11:26 takes out Todd Bailey. Kyle Rizzoli will have your true buy run. Then we will finish up stock with a heads up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Rizzoli out of California. Thank Kyle and his team for coming over. 4-time division champ out in Division 7. There goes Kyle. He'll make his by run. Then we have our heads up. To wrap up with round 2 of stock. Bryce Grenier. And Jerry Emmons. Bryce, already a winner on the divisional trail this season. The Lupi Tortilla sponsored machine. See his dad, Jared. J-Rod, as we call him. Saying, Bryce, move over just a skosh. So Jerry Emmons for Lucas Oil Racing Products. The car dealer out of Pasadena, Texas. See the whole family over there watching and videoing, and let's see which team can cheer the loudest in about 10 seconds. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Jerry made a big whiff, sent over towards the wall, brought it back, but let me tell you, one of these two is trip, zip, perfect. Oh, man. Jerry Emmons, 37 light, 10-19 for the win. Bryce was trip, zip, perfect, and was trying to push his foot pedal through this floorboard to go 10-28. So Jerry Emmons rounds out the win there for our round 2 of stock. And we have motorcycles.
Thank you, Chaplain Joey. Here we go with our Sportsman motorcycle. Here we go. First pair out. Derek Dory left side. Get it out of 885. Can get the head start by 0.24 seconds over Brenda Kay. Down at 861. So here we go. Brenda Kay going to leave second. Again, Crystal Peterson, please come to race control. Red light for Brenda Kay. So Derek Dory will get the free pass round 3 and goes dead on with a 3. Derek Dory. Next up, Frank Dixon and Ricky Kay. Frank Dixon at Mesquite, Texas, get out 834. Ricky Kay got a dollar 877, get a 0.43 second head start. Open to see if he can do better than Brenda did a moment ago. Here we are, cleaning green. Top of the racetrack, win light, give it to Ricky, 878 on the 77. Had the better light, closer to the dial. He moves on to round number 3. Corey Eli and Robert Sanders. There we are, Corey Eli, Robert Sanders. Eli got out 1087, Robert Sanders 798, and it's already over as Eli red lights it away. Robert Sanders gets a free pass round number 3. 797 on the 798. Then I believe this is going to be our final pair of Sportsman Motorcycles here. Tony Davis and Michael Nash. Tony Davis going down 830 on his Hayabusa, and Michael Nash on the right-hand side going down 781 on his 2012 Hayabusa 1600. Three-time Division IV champion. Twice he's been the Summit ET National Champion, and also twice a JEG Sports Nationals champion. Clean and green. Problems for Michael Nash. Tony Davis. Ooh, cut that close. 8-31 on the 30. So Tony Davis will move on to round number 3. And we got Super Comp next. All right, so Tommy Phil's going to go first, and here you go.
Thank you, Fabian. And here we go, round number 2 of Super Comp. Tommy Phillips going to start us off on a single. Going to take his by run, and he elected to go first. He'll be on that right-hand side from Canton, Texas, in the 2022 Casey Lane race car machine with a 615 big block Chevrolet powering that car. 890 is the number that he's looking for. He's 0-12 on the Christmas tree. Scoreboard says he's going to go 888.7. It's 13th thou under, but it doesn't matter because it's a buy run. So we will take the data, and he'll be back for round number 3. Rustin Mays and Jim Jones going to be your first pair. Rustin on the left-hand side, the Mansfield, Texas-based runner. And Jim Jones on the right from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Still got some Louisiana runners in here. Not exactly sure how many. We have at least one. If I had to guess, we probably have somewhere like 15 to 20 Texas-based people left. And away we go. 2 thousandths. Split them in reaction time. The win light says it's going to be Rustin Mays 0-13 goes 8.904 off the 890. How about a 17 thousandths package? Jim was 0-15 on the Christmas tree and goes 887.1 off the 890 is 29 thou under. Rustin Mays will move on to round number 3, and Jim Jones will be a spectator. Mike Van Winkle and Nathan Martin, your next pair. Winkle on the left-hand side, and probably the oldest dragster on the property from Lake Charles, Louisiana. And Nathan Martin in the right, and the 2016 TNT chassis machine with a 598 big block Chevrolet powering his machine. Nathan from North Richland Hills looking to keep it rolling, and Van Winkle looking to keep it rolling for the Louisiana boys. We're in, and away we go. One is a whole lot more better than the other. The scoreboard says it's going to be Nathan Martin was 0-66, goes 891.6 off the 890, takes 4 thousandths at the stripe. Van Winkle double 0-9 and goes 897. Could not run the number. So Nathan Martin will move on to round number 3 as Brian Turner and Mark Powers, your next pair. And I do believe we'll be on hold for just a minute. Rusty heading down towards the top end to check everything out. From what I'm hearing, it sounds like a body panel came off of Van Winkle's car, so we're getting down there and going to take a look at it. Thankfully, though, there is no liquid on the racing surface, just some body panel pieces they need to pick up. So they're going to pick all that up, and we'll be right back with Super Comp. So unfortunately, it does now sound like we have a little cleaning up to do. Hopefully, it won't last too long, but I will keep you updated as I get info. Again, we do have a little bit of cleaning up to do, not much, but I will give you more info when I get it.
All right, so we'll get this cleanup taken care of and back to racing here a little bit. But apparently, Dan Foley wants ice cream. He says his ice cream is melting. Someone bring him ice cream. preferably in the shape of. He wants a bomb pop. He left it in his. They ain't going to do no good there. So again, somebody bring Dan Foley some ice cream. So again, we'll get this cleanup taken care of and be back to racing here in just a little bit. Deborah, do not eat Dan's ice cream. He gets back to the trailer. He's going to have about 4 missed calls, about 20 text messages, none of which I can repeat because this is a G-rated show. So don't forget the next race for Division 4 for the Lucas Oil Series will be at Osage Casino, Tulsa Raceway Park in September. And, of course, we'll be right back here October 7th through the 15th for the NHRA Texas Fall Nationals and the Stampede of Speed. For more information on those events, go to NHRADIV4.com, NHRARacer.com, or go to TexasMotorplex.com for more information. Get your tickets for the Stampede of Speed. All right, so again, we'll get this cleaned up and taken care of and back to racing here. Again, thank our chaplain, Joey Keith, for the chapel services this morning. All the racers for being here as well, sticking with us. And all the folks tuning in on NHRA.tv. And it's been a good one thus far. Though, as far as the Reese Motorsports Insurance perfect package, we've had a couple racers come within 2-3 thou of it today. It's currently sitting at $5,000. That'll buy you a lot of ice cream. A lot of ice cream. Anybody ever had that new Dr. Pepper ice cream? Apparently it tastes just like the milkshake from Whataburger, but better. All right, so again, we'll get this taken care of, and we'll be back. Also, Crystal Peterson, if you're still here, please. I actually got her. So, Darian Bosch, you got one up here. Darian Bosch, you got something up here for you.
All right, Super Comp, about 5 minutes. 5 minutes before it's go time again. About 5 minutes, Super Comp. All right, Super Comp, suit them up. They are on the way back. Suit them up. Super Comp competitors, suit them up. All right, motors are back started, and we are about to get back to it. And here we go, continuing on in Super Comp. Round number 2. Byron Turner on the left side and Mark Powers in the right. Both Texas-based runners. Byron out of San Marcos, Mark out of Buda, Texas. Super Gas, round 2. Need you guys to the lanes, please. Super Gas, round 2. Need you guys in the lanes, please. Super Gas, round 2. Need you headed this way. Mark Powers gets the win. 0-11 on the Christmas tree. Goes 892.8. Byron goes 16 on the tree and goes 898 at 160. So Mark Powers had 5,000 in his pocket and was 600 better down there. And he will be back for round 3 as Dawson Dix and Jay Bunce, your next pair. Dawson on the left-hand side from Westlake, Louisiana. This is definitely the oldest dragster on the property. A 1970 American. And Jay Bunce on the right from Piedmont, Oklahoma. A 2006 dragster. Jay Bunce trying to chase him down. Can he get there? Yes. 0-18 and goes 9-09 at 139. Dawson was 0-33 and goes 9-16 at 127. Jay Bunce had about 15 hundredths in his pocket. Excuse me, 15 thousandths. And was 500 closer down there. And he'll be back for the next round. Blake Allen and Jenna Moorhead, your next pair. Blake on the left side from Veneta, Oklahoma. And Jenna Moorhead in the right. And the 2006 Mullis chassis machine from Bryant, Arkansas. And off the stops they go. Hard charging to the finish line. Scoreboard, give it to Jenna. 008 on the Christmas tree. Goes 896 at 173. Blake was 032 and goes 9 flat. Jenna Moorhead will be back for round number 3. I wonder if Dan ever got his ice cream. That's a good question. Bill Dennis on the left from Roswell, New Mexico. And Dan Foley, the guy who wants or wanted ice cream from Frisco in the TNT chassis machine. Well, Dan should have had ice cream before it. The win light will belong to Bill Dennis. 0-11. He goes 894 at 181, a 55 thousandths package. Dan Foley was 0-74 and goes 8,903 off the 890. If he would have had that ice cream, he may have had a little bit more energy and been a little bit better on the Christmas tree. Trent Cassoni and Michael Bailey. Cassoni on the left in the Danny Nelson chassis machine from Raceland, Louisiana. And Michael Bailey in the right from Midlothian. And the 2014 TNT red light start for Michael by 14 thousandths of a second. And then goes 888 at 180. Trent was 0-29 and goes 889.3, so 7th hour under the index. So he's got his car pretty well dialed in for round 3. That's Terry Pollard and Michael Holcomb going to be our next pair. Pollard on the left-hand side from Montgomery, Texas. And Michael Holcomb and the right from LaPorte, Texas. In the 2021 Ray Allen Race Cars machine was a Spring Nationals winner in 2022. He's looking to make it a divisional winner in 23, but he has to go through Terry Pollard to keep rolling. Both drivers are green. Win light says it's going to belong to Terry Pollard. Was 0-19 and goes 8-8-8-8. Michael was 0-13 and goes 8-8-8-6 by 2 thousandths of a second. Terry Pollard will move on to round 3. As Nick Smith and Ryan Bowden, your next pair. Nick on the left-hand side in the Casey Lane Race Cars machine from Hazlet, Texas. And Ryan Bowden from Broussard, Louisiana, in the Danny Nelson. Off the stops we go to the finish line. Scoreboard said, whoa! Hang on there. Nick Smith, 008, goes 8901 as Ryan knocked a cone out. Was 012 and goes 894, but crosses the center line, so he will be DQ'd. So Ryan crosses the center line and will be DQ'd. So Nick Smith will move on. Even though Ryan crossed over, he didn't have a whole lot of chance, as Nick Smith was 9 total and Ryan was 12 on the Christmas tree. So Nick Smith will move on and we'll be down for just a moment. Do need to go get that cone replaced and put back on the racing surface. And continuing on in Super Comp Round 2, Justin Frost and Jordan Ward. Justin on the left-hand side from Hazlet, Texas. The 2008 TNT chassis machine, and Jordan Ward on the right. I was corrected earlier. It is Miss Jordan. I must have said it was a him. It is a she from Mena, Arkansas. Sometimes us announcers, there's no gender on here, so we have to guess. And I feel like 90% of the time when we guess, it's wrong. And away we go. Both of them stay green. The wind light will turn on for Jordan Ward. How about 47 and goes 8,900, 890 flat. 47 total. Justin Frost was 062 and goes 890 with a 6. 68 total and comes up 21 thou short. Jordan Ward on in the next round as Hannah Walter and Ross Larice. Your next pair. Walter on the left from Mineral Wells, Texas. Rear Morrison on the side of that machine and Ross Larice in the right. For Larice Motorsports Insurance in the 2013 American from Raceland, Louisiana. And away we go. Both of them stay green. Hannah left, Ross right. Scoreboard says it's going to be Hannah Walter 015 and goes 890 with a 2. A 17 thousandths package. Ross Larice was 022. He was mathematically ineligible and then goes 888 1. So Hannah Walter on to round 3. Chris LeBlanc and Kevin Wilson, your next pair. LeBlanc on the left-hand side from Pearland, Texas. And Kevin Wilson in the right from Magnolia and the 2019 American Chassis Machine. And away we go. This one is going to be a good one. 2 thousandths. Separate them in reaction time. Scoreboard says, how about Kevin Wilson? 003 goes 890 with a 5 for an 8 thousandths package. LeBlanc was 005 and goes 889 6. Comes up 4 thou under. And Kevin Wilson on to the next round as Shannon Brinkley and James Repka, your next pair. Brinkley on the left in the 2019 Miller Chassis Machine from Highlands, Texas, and James Repka in the right. And the Ray Allen Race Cars Machine from Rockwall, Texas. And we're in. And away we go. Off the stops they go. Hard charging to the finish line. Wind light. James Repka 013 and goes 891.0. Brinkley 016 and goes 891.0. That was all decided on the starting line. Top Dragster, round 2. Tom Thorpe, Transportations. Top Dragster, need you guys to the lanes, please. Tom Thorpe, Transportations. Top Dragster, round 2. Need you guys to the lanes, please. Mike Green and Paul Buell, your next pair. Green on the left-hand side from Moore, Oklahoma. And Paul Buell on the right from Fort Worth, Texas. In the Ray Allen race car machine. Last year at the divisional here at Ennis, Paul was your Super Comp winner. And I guarantee you he wants to do it yet again in 2023. But to start that, he's got to go through Mike Green. Win light, Paul Buell 0.25 and goes 891.9 off the 890. Mike Green 0.35 and goes 91.2 off the 90 by 2 thousandths of a second. Paul Buell gets there and he'll move on to round number 3 as Vince Roberts and Steve Evans going to be your next pair. Roberts on the left, the Forney, Texas base runner, the owner of Ray Allen Race Cars, and Steve Evans on the right. Steve from Moore, Oklahoma. Both drivers are red, but Vince does it first. 16th thou red, and it goes 891. Steve Evans, 1 thousandths red behind him. It goes 893.9 off the 90. Steve Evans moves on to round number 3. Heath Phillips and Vernon Rowland, your next pair. Phillips on the left-hand side in the TNT chassis machine. And Vernon Rowland looking to double up at the divisional. Already picked up 1 this weekend, looking to make it 2. And he has 7th out to work with. The scoreboard says Vernon Rowland keeps it going. 0.12 and goes 892.3. Heath Phillips was 0.19 and goes 896 at 167. Vernon Rowland keeps the streak alive to make it 2 for 2 this weekend. As Shauna Brinkley and Dwayne Hawks, your next pair. Brinkley on the left side in the undercover chassis machine, and Dwayne Hawks in the right from Wichita, Kansas. And away we go. Win light says it's going to be Dwayne. 0.14 and goes 892 off the 90. Shauna was 0.41 and goes 91.6 off the 90. Dwayne Hawks gets there by 22 thousandths of a second, and he will be back for round number 3 as Austin Williams and Randall Elliott, your next pair. A-Dub on the left in the 2023 Miller machine. Number 2 in the world last year for Super Comp. Randall Elliott on the right from Pearland, Texas in the 2000 undercover chassis machine. Randall sure got him a tough draw in round 2. And Randall Elliott is 21 thousandths red. So Austin Williams will get the win. 14 green, he goes 889. Off the 890, he gets 6 thou under. Elliott is 200 red and goes 892. Austin Williams. Todd Irwin and Bree Johnson, your next pair. Irwin on the left from Kennedale, Texas, in the American. And Bree Johnson on the right from Sulphur, Oklahoma. And away we go. To the finish line stripe. Scoreboard says that's going to be Bree Johnson 025 and goes 891. A 39 thousandths package. Todd Irwin was 42 and 3 thou under. Bree Johnson moves on to round 3, and Todd Irwin is now a spectator. That's Kevin Thorpe and Ron Gibson, your next pair. Thorpe on the left side out of Knickerbocker, Texas. A 2023 Ultratech machine. I have to say that Kevin and Tanner's cars are probably the two nicest Super Comp dragsters on the property, I must say. And Ron Gibson in the right. Ron from Norman, Oklahoma. And Kevin going to get the win, 22, and goes 904. Ron Gibson was 086 and goes 899. Kevin Thorpe taking 15 thousandths at the stripe, and he will be back for round 3 as Tanner Thorpe and Jeff Lopez. Going to be your next two. Tanner just saw Kevin turn on the win light. He's looking to do so as well. Tanner from Midland, also in the 2023 Ultratech, and Jeff Lopez. And the right from Fort Worth, Texas, in the Miller machine. And this will be the final pair in Super Comp round 2. Roof Tech Competition Eliminator to the lanes, please. Roof Tech Comp Eliminator round 2. Need you guys to the lanes, please. Roof Tech Comp Eliminator. Need you guys to the lanes, please. Win light goes Tanner Thorpe 006 and goes 93-0. 36 total, taking 000 at the stripe. Jeff Lopez 041 and 5 thou under. And that will conclude Super Comp round 2. I'm going to hand it back over to Fabian.
All right, thank you, sir. As I tell you what, these young kids are scaring me. They're good on the racetrack, on the microphone. I mean, wow. I was one of those young kids once, like 19 years ago. That's another story. All right, as Super Stock round number 2 here come to us. David Seidlow out of Fredericksburg, Texas. Jeff Lane, North Bend, Washington, around Division 6. right, here we go. Side low, gonna dial a 10-11. Jeff Lane, 928. That GTK automatic on the left-hand side, factory Superstock D combination, that Copo on the Toyota side of the racetrack. Here in Superstock, round number 2. Again, Tom Door Transport, Todd Dragster, and Roof Tech Comp Eliminator have been called. Round number 2. And we're clean and green. Here comes that Copo, top of the racetrack. Win line, give it to the Chevy in the left-hand side. 10-11, dead on with a 950 total as Jeff Lane took 17 thou under, and he's headed back to North Bend, Washington. Hayden Trumbull out of Pasadena, Texas. GTD automatic. Got down 967. And Brett Candies in the factory Superstock G Cobra Jet. Won the U.S. Nationals. Was won at Bristol. The 2017 D4 Stock champion, Jim Dupuis, helping him out on this car. And Mike Trumbull, track champion at Pine Valley. He's won in Tulsa. He's won here. And 2,000 separation. Candy's getting a little bit out of the groove. Brings it back. Top end, quarter mile. Win line. Give it to the left-hand side of the Camaro. 67, dead 3. As Candies was 17 over and takes the loss. As Keaton Mahi at Frisco, Texas. Get out 935 Superstock AS machine. And Monty Bogan from the Carolinas. Just don't know if he's Gamecocks or Tigers. South Carolina. 908 the dial there for Monty Bogan. Well, Monty has got some work to do here. Problems for Keaton, and Monty saw that when he drove on by and rolls out of the throttle. To get the win. All right, battle of the ladies. Brenda Grubbs, Brittany Blackman. Superstock B automatic for Brenda. Get out 918. Brittany, the GTH automatic. Get out 967. Brenda left from Magnolia. Blackman from the Highlands of Texas, San Antonio. One of these two ladies going around number 3. The other done for the weekend. We'll see you in Tulsa. And we are clean and green. It's going to be a good one here. Top end, quarter mile, win line. Give it to Brenda Grubbs. 920 on the 918. Closer to the dial, better light. She moves on to round number 3. As Walt Walker from Friendswoods, Texas. And James Carroll. Walt Walker, GTM on Mackinac 1060. James Carroll from Houma, Louisiana. Factory Superstock K 2010 Challenger. 983 the dial. Head start by 0.77 seconds. Just a little more than a bulb and a half on the Christmas tree. Going to Walker. Clean and green. Here comes that Challenger charging hard at the top end of the racetrack. It's going to be the Chevrolet. Dead on with an 833 total as Caro was 037 and locked out. So Walt Walker moving on as I need, again, Roof Tech, Comp Eliminator to the lanes, please. Roof Tech, Comp Eliminator. Need you to the stage lanes, please. It's JB Clegg. The Superstock H combination going to dial a 974, getting a 1.37 second head start over Judson Hole, the factory Superstock B 21 Challenger drag pack. So JB Clegg getting a country mile of a head start. And here comes the Dodge. Top end. Give it to the Dodge. 66 on the 37 as Clegg broke out by 4. And I think Judson Holt may have brake checked him down the other end of the racetrack looking at the numbers, but wow. And Holt moves on as Corey Mahi and Jimmy Hidalgo. Corey, GTI automatic, 95 Achieva, 977. Got Chase Jimmy Hidalgo, Superstock G automatic, and that 99 Pontiac Firebird, got 982. We are clean and green again. Top end of the racetrack. Here comes the Achieva win light. Hidalgo, 85-0 on the 82. Mai had 5,000 in his pocket. Only goes 82-1 on the 77. As Jim Hale and Michael Bryant are next two. Jim Hale, Superstock D automatic, now 987, and Michael Bryan, the factory Superstock D 2015 Camaro, now 905. So the head start going to the Dodge Corvette on the left-hand side by 0.82 seconds. We are clean and green one more. Top end. Give it to Brian. 905 on the 905. Dead on 660 total. All right, so we are going to be on hold here for a moment. As Shane Blackman and Jeff Colbert. Shane Blackman and Jeff Culver wait patiently as the crew taking a quick look at the far end of the racetrack. Here we go. Here comes Jeff Colbert. Top of the racetrack. Win light. Give it to Shane Blackman. 19 on the 16. All righty, here we go. Kyle Rizzoli, Jeff Heffler. Well, boy, here you go. Bring it off the wall. There you go. Kyle Rizzoli, Jeff Heffler, top of the racetrack. Win light. Give it to Heffler. Breakout win for Heffler as Rizzoli goes too quick by 100th and Heffler goes dead zero. Next up, Terry Emmons and Will Hale. Emmons, Superstock B S combination at Elite City, Texas, 917. Will Hale, the Pioneer, Louisiana Superstock G automatic, going to get a 1.61 second head start. Down to 1078. All right, here we go. We are clean and green. Top of the racetrack. Who's going to round number 3? It's gonna be double breakout for Hale. 1077 and 78. So I need Shenanigans Machine, Todd Sportsman, round 2 to the lanes, please. Shenanigans Machine, Todd Sportsman, round 2 to the lanes, please. And it's Brandon Bagies and Ryan Atkinson. Here we go, Bakies and Atkinson. All right, we gonna dance a little bit? Nah, maybe not. Atkinson's in. Bakies is in. Oh man, here we go. Bakies gonna have to do it the hard way. Here he comes, top end, quarter mile, win light. Give it to Bakies as Atkinson took way too much stripe. Brandon Bakies goes dead on with a 3. 0:14 reaction time. As that'll be it for Super Stock. We're going to do a little track prep and we go to Super Gas. Well, on a personal note, I'd like to thank everybody here at Texas Motorplex, Eric, DeMarcus, TJ, all the staff here, Nichelle, the ladies in timing and scoring there have been doing a heck of a job all week. The Division 4 staff, Maddie, our division director, Matt, Rusty, all the good folks in Division 4, and of course Nick, who's taking over Division 5, helping us out this week. And Warren, it's been a pleasure working with you yet again. Unfortunately, I do have to do the thing that none of us want to do sometimes at the racetrack. That's go home. But I'd say it's been an honor and a privilege working with all of you here at Division 4. Chris Monahan, who's celebrating his wedding anniversary this weekend, who is watching on NHRA.tv on his honeymoon. So once again, thank you folks very much. It's been an honor and a privilege, and I'll leave you with this thought though. Remember, drag racing's fun. We love the sport. Support those. So support. If you're watching NHRA.TV, support your local track. Support those who support the sport, and remember. I don't know the rest of that, but anyway. I'm going to turn it over to Warren Evans. Warren, again, it's been an honor and privilege working with you again. And, folks, I will see you somewhere down the road. Perhaps if you're ever on the East Coast, come on out to Division 1, where I call home for now. Don't forget Monday Morning Race here. He's back here with us as well. Congratulations to the Stanfields, who have a future Pro Stock World Champion coming very soon. Maybe Top Fuel. And Super Gas coming up next.
Well, thank you, Fabian, for that very profound statement. Enjoy your retirement. Best of luck to you.
I'm only going on vacation.
I mean, gee willikers, that sounded like a retirement speech.
I ain't Tom Brady.
Today, I feel myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. Or how did that go? Today, I consider myself the luckiest man. I should have played him off on Wednesday. Nothing but love. That's what we need. Nothing but love. Fabian, I do look forward to working with you again. It's been my pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Now get out of here. You're in the way.
Yes, sir.
Your replacement trainee is about to roll into the chair.
Yeah.
Track prep underway out there. I am just kidding. You don't have to, run out the door or anything.
No, if I'm running, I can say
I was running. Harder, I was running. Hey, Sinead Machine Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes, please, Sinead Machine Top Sportsman. So, yeah, top comp and top coming up. In the meantime, the 990 cars rolling up. Jolie Stanfield about to wrestle the microphone out of my hands here. We're going to talk about people we don't like and make up a bunch of gossip. Well, maybe not on the mic. This is on, is it? Just checking. Jolie, tell us about Super Gas.
We've got Lyle Owens in the right lane. I got corrected. They try to play games up here and have David Owens on the screen, but he came to me later on, and that's Lyle Owens in the right lane and Jason McClure in the left lane. Lyle out of Waco, Texas. About to have a little girl here in a few months with Trisha Owens. Jason McClure out of Lucas, Texas. And we're off, and it's close. Jason McClure in control. And it's going to be Jason McClure. 992 with a 435 light. Taking 500ths at the stripe over Lyle. Lyle was 39, 997.1. Jason McClure on to the next round. We've got William Young in the left lane and Heidi Robinson in the right. Heidi all the way out from Olathe, Kansas, and William from Pearland, Texas. We've got a Roadster against a Camaro. Another good race shaping up here. And it's going to be Heidi Robinson. Heidi, 14 on the tree, 1 above for the win. William not too far behind, 22 on the tree, runs a 992.2 just to be a little bit behind by 1/100th of a second. Next pair, we've got Tim Parker against James Costello. Costello all the way out of Carlinville, Illinois. And Tim Parker all the way out from Longmont, Colorado. And it's going to be James Costello, 22, 2 above, taking 8 thousandths at the stripe. Tim Parker wasn't far behind at a 24 light and 992.8. And I got corrected earlier as well on this one. I got judged because I said this is my father. I guess I should call him my dad or my bank account. This is Gary Mitchell in the right lane and Keith Purvis in the left. And my dad's going to get the win as Keith Purvis was 7th thou red. Gary Mitchell was 7th thou. And he's a little quick, but we can work on that at a 987.8. That Stanfield Racing engine is working at 143 miles an hour. We've got Jerry Pollard in the left lane in the 65 Mustang and Tim Miller in the right lane in the 91 Camaro. Jerry Pollard's got a lot of work to do, and he gets it done. 114 on the tree and 5 thou over for the win. Tim Miller is 10 flat. I don't know if maybe he gave it back or just couldn't run the number, but Jerry Pollard's moving on to the next round. Margin was 8-10 thou at the stripe for that race. Little too close for comfort. We've got Dale Hall in the left lane and John Salter in the right. John Salter in control of this race. But like the last race, it doesn't matter. But this time it does. John Salter was 003 to Dale Hall's 32, and John Salter's 2 above for the win. This next pair, we have John Liebum in the milk wagon in the left lane and Jerry DeBusk in the right. Jerry DeBusk in a 92 Probe. Don't ever see those in a race car. And John Liebum's going to get the win on this as Jerry DeBusk was 22 red to begin with. John Liebum was 012. And John Liebum running a 989.9. Right where you want to be. Next pair, we've got Todd pulling in the left lane from Amarillo, Texas, driving the 2017 Corvette Roadster, and Scooter Wilkins from Gatesville, Texas, running a 1967 Chevy 2. Todd Pullen in control. And it's going to be Todd Pullen running a quick 987.8 to Scooter Wilkins' 986.1. Scooter trying to make up for that 22 light against Todd Pullen's 008. Runs a little bit too quick. This is going to be a good race. This is against Roger Warren in the left lane and Christopher Best in the right. Two really good racers out of Division 4. Roger out of Jacksonville, Texas, and Christopher out of Plano, Texas. It's going to be a good race. But it's going to be Roger Warren. Roger 22 on the tree and 5 above. Christopher Best 14 on the tree and 7 above. 12th thou at the stripe for Roger Warren. Now we've got Joey Cram in the left lane and Jim Burrell in the right. Jim Burrell in the 1970 Torino. Such a neat car. And Joey's in the 1977 Vega. And all I have to say is those short wheelbase cars are a fun drive in super gas. And it's going to be Joey Cram, 15 on the tree to Jim Burrell's 11. Runs 5 above for the win. 9th thou at the stripe for Joey Cram. We're going to be down for just a second. We got a cone out on the track that doesn't want to stay put. Cars are going too fast and blowing them over. Yeah, I've got a 15-month-old that doesn't want to stay put either. She's probably back at the motorhome right now giving Nene a hard time. And I'm enjoying sitting up here getting to watch some races.
So, Jolie, you wanted to put duct tape on the cone because it wouldn't stay in place. What about your daughter?
Sometimes I would like to. She's all over the place, and she's gibbering and jabbering, and sometimes I don't think I want to know what she's telling me when I'm telling her no, ma'am. I see you laughing, Dan Foley.
as Lee Craft is about to exit the tower, we need to call Sinead Machine Top Sportsman back to the lanes as Super Gas resumes. Jolie Stanfield is in mid-cookie, so I'll take a couple of pairs here while she enjoys the delicious chocolate chip cookie that has been presented to her. And left side gets way out of shape there. Clark Munt, before he got to the 8th mile mark, the car made a hard right, and he just danced down the center line. In the meantime, Big Head over there on the right-hand side. Craig Anderson for the win, 999 at 148. Clark Munt, a wild ride there, but finishes the lap and heads for the trailer. John Long and Chris Harrelson coming up next. John Long in the Oldsmobile Achieva. Forenza. Got my old Oldsmobiles mixed up. Chris Harrelson, 63 Corvette. Another of those trick Charlie Stewart race cars machines over there on the right-hand side. 992 takes out a quicker but losing 991. John Long, reaction time better with a 00 light as opposed to a 027. And Long's 992 gets the job done. Team Petey rolls up now. Peter Gahan out of Dallas, left side, and Joe Harper from Florence, Mississippi on the right in the Dodge Avenger. I don't know what I missed, but it must have been good. Harper a little better on the starting line, and Harper gets the win light because of that reaction time. He's 12 on the tree to the 31 for Gahan. Gahan goes dead 2 and gets to put it back in the rolly box. 991.7 at 168 for Joe Harper to take the round win. Now it's Jazzy J. Johnson coming up right side, and Kyle Rickman left. Combine, Texas, left side. Jazzy J from Markham Ranch, Texas, on the right. And the little Vega wagon, wheels up, wheels down, right-hand side of the track. He's way out front. Here comes the Roadster, top end. It is the Roadster getting it done. Kyle Rickman, he was 13 on the tree, but left second as Jazzy J was 007, reacting to green, but then goes 997 at 150. Rickman 992 at 162 to pick up the winner's ticket and move on. Now it is Austin Williams, number 2 in the world last year. In Super Comp, number 7 in the world in Super Gas for Wood Tucker Racing. Vern Rowland alongside another heavy hitter from Blanchard, Oklahoma. The Oldsmobile Calais for Foggett. The cylinder treatment product from Gary Stennett and Steve Williams. Rust can accumulate over time, and Foggett helps prevent that. He'll have plenty of time to tell you about it now, as he is done here in Super Gas. Austin Williams for the win, 007, dead 4, 11 total. Vern had a window. He was 006 on the tree, 991.0. So Williams is 11 total. Vern is 16 total. Super tight drag race. Now it's time for Tom Thorpe Transportation Top Dragster. And I want to let Jolie jump back in here because she knows a little bit about this category as well, her future home, Top Dragster.
I do enjoy some Top Dragster. Quick bracket racing. Some people can do it, some people can't, but let's see if these two can. We've got Lee Ramey in the left lane and Chloe Janisek in the right. Lee Ramey in the Spitzer machine and Chloe Janisek in the Miller. Chloe's gonna get a 10th head start. Junior Dragsters, all classes to the lanes. Junior Dragsters, all classes to the lanes, please. Neither one good on the light, but the win's gonna go to Chloe Janisek. A 144 light, and she left first. Lee Ramey was 338 on the tree. Chloe ran a 715 with a 2 on a 714 dial for the win. This pair, we have Robert Cool in the left lane from La Place, Louisiana, and Wayne Landry from St. Bernard, Louisiana. Robert Cool dialed a 694. Wayne Landry dialed a 616. And Wayne Landry's got some work to do. As Robert Cool, and he does it. Robert Cool trip 0 and can't get it done. Robert Cool runs a 691.5 on a 694 dial, giving Wayne Landry the win, who's 45 and 8 thou under. Wayne Landry going to round number 3. Two big mile-per-hour hitters right here. We've got William Cruz with the Cruise Missile in the left lane and Steve McDermott in the right lane. If anybody's looking for a Top Dragster, Steve McDermott has his for sale right now. And I said for sale, not on sale. And Steve McDermott must have had to change transmissions just before this round. Let's see if it works. William Cruz dialed a 613 to Steve McDermott 611. It's going to be a quick race. May have a stage battle. Nope, Steve McDermott's in. Cruz is in. And they're off. McDermott has a lot of work to do. But he gets it done. Transmission must have worked. Steve McDermott, 45 on the tree. 1 above for the win. Cruz, 19 on the tree. And a 617.9 on a 613 dial. 7 thou at the stripe for Steve McDermott. On to round 3. We've got Michael Kyle in the left lane in the 22 Spitzer. Mike Owen in the right in a 2010 American. Kyle dialed a 615 and a Mike Owen dialed a 705. Big head start for Mike Owen, and Michael Kyle will come hard on him. Michael Kyle better on the tree, but can't get it done. Mike Owen, 7026 on a 705 dial. Michael Kyle running a 611.7 on a 615 dial. Mike Owen going on to round 3.
All right. Ms. Mitchell currently serving a 2-pair suspension. FCC regulations and all. Rusty Baxter, left side. And the Phil's trailer side of the racetrack, 611 the dial in. Over on the right side, Mark Jones. Mark Jones. 627 on the Toyota side of the racetrack. Pre-stage lights are on. Going to get a bit of a battle, but Jones goes in fairly quickly. Lights are on. Tree comes down. And they're away. 004. Identical reaction times down to the top end. Who's it going to be? Give the win light to Jones. 004. 2 above 3. 27 total. Take 00003 at the stripe. 3/10,000ths of a second at the big end. And we'll call that a margin of victory of 1.2 inches at the stripe. Get you some. All right, one more, and then I'll give it back to her. Next up, J.R. Baxter. 610 the dial in. J.R. Baxter always flirting with that 610 index. Coming out of Waxahachie, Texas. He did not receive the long distance award this weekend. Next to him, Crystal Peterson. Phil's trailer side once again. 622 the dial for Crystal, coming out of South Texas. Dickinson, Texas to be exact. Former home of legendary pro mod driver Frankie the Madman Taylor. Lights are on quickly. Top Dragster after an hour and 40-minute round 1. Ready to get it did this time. And Peterson could be in some trouble at the big end. Baxter, how about 7 dead 7 to be 14 total? And that is 2 under the number. 008 margin of victory. Crystal made it close. Unfortunately, not able to get in. Locked out.
It's the new announcer blues I've got over here. I hope I don't end up on 00 show. We've got it down now. As we have Chris Burrell in the left lane and Dane Ward in the right lane. Dane out of Mena, Arkansas. I think there's a movie based out of Mena, Arkansas. American Made. We've got Chris Burrell out of Claude, Texas. Chris Burrell dialed a 699 to Dane Ward 611. They're both staged, and away they go. And Dane Ward, 001 red, leaving Chris Burrell the win. Chris Burrell runs a 697.8 on a 699 dial. Dane Ward runs a little too fast at 608.4. We've got Mike Weaver in the left lane, dialed a 642 against Ross Larice, dialed a 616. Ross Larice with Larice Insurance. If you need anything insured, your race rig, your race cars, call Ross Larice at Larice Insurance. Larice Motorsports Insurance. And it's a close race at the start line. And it's going to be Ross Larice. Ross Larice, a 624.5 on a 616 dial with a 15 light. Mike Weaver, 13 on the tree, 651.8 on a 642, and 11 thou at the stripe for Ross Larice to move on to round number 3. First pair of roofed comp eliminator. It's going to be Sean Dodd in the left lane out of Double Oak, Texas, and Kevin Duet out of Raceland, Louisiana. I don't think there's another better name for a city out there than Raceland. Sean Dodd in the 2005 Cobalt running CEA. And Kevin Duet in an A Nostalgia Dragster. Super Street to the lanes. Super Street to the lanes, please. Round 3, Super Street to the lanes. And this is going to be a close one. Sean Dodd for the win. 007 on the tree, 54 under, as Kevin Duet is 002 on the tree and 49 under his index. Sean Dodd, moving on to round number 3. And we've got a heads up and comp eliminator. Greg Camplain in the left, Joe Mazaris in the right, and Joe has some work to do. And it's going to be Greg Camplain. 61 under the index, as Joe Mazeris is only 58 under the index. Up next, we have Clark Smiley in the Double B altered, amazing sounding. I can hear it up here in the tower. He's going to be against Taylor Kaminsky in the Pro Stock truck. And Taylor Kaminsky is going to get the win as Clark Smiley is 002 red. Taylor going to go down there and let out, not to go too far under the index, as he moves on to round number 3. In this pair, we have Callie Neff in the left lane and Brad Plord in the right. Callie Neff in the J Dragster automatic 4-cylinder, and Brad Plord in the AA altered methanol. All these comp classes are new to me, and I'm having to learn as we go. And off we go for this pair. Brad Plord gonna get the win, 58 under his index, as Callie Neff is 54 under her index. 35 thou at the stripe. Brad Plord moving on to round number 3. Now we have Dwayne Robinson in the left lane in a C altered, and Craig Bourgeois in the right lane in a Nostalgia Dragster. Craig out of Metairie, Louisiana, and Dwayne Robinson out of Gardner, Kansas. And Craig Bourgeois is a 2-time world champion in this car. Craig Bourgeois is going to get the win, as Dwayne Robinson is a 004 red. Craig moving on to round number 3.